Hi, Ronnie. Hi, Shock. I was gonna ask if you were you streaming or not, and then I realized you always start at like 6:30, so you do have time to always check in as long as I'm on time. I'm gonna wait a good few minutes in case people join, and what's words let ads play through or so. Well, I hope your stream later will be fun for you. I'm glad that this PDF isn't super long. Oh wait, yeah, I should post the PDF for people. Let's see. Um, hi, people from Bun's side. This is gonna be. Thank you for the resub, Beluka. Hello. 17 months. Oh my god, that's a really long time. Hi, Moopy. Hi, Luca. Hi, Bun. Oops. Oops. Hi, Tidbit. Hello, Talons, 8 tails. Barbie raid. Collect the whole set and get ready for the beach. Off. Gotta look good when you're beaching off the boys. Hope you had fun with the Barbie movie. The vibe shift is gonna be pretty immense. Just so you know, we're starting halfway through pretty much because I did half earlier in the week. If you want to catch the VOD for that, if not, there's also here. Could Bun or Luca or someone pin that for the entire stream? Since my OBS does not want to let me pin things. Thank you. But yeah, you can get the PDF for free. With the vibes in Barbie, the vibe will not be that stark a shift. Fair enough. I didn't watch Barbie, so I don't quite fully know. I know that it probably goes for the sad existential route somewhere in there. But yeah. This is a piece written, well, this is Decolonization is Not a Metaphor, written by Eve Tuck and K. Wayne Yang. One indigenous and one is not indigenous. We've gone over some things around like what the hell did we even go over? Settler nativism, fantasizing adoption, colonial equivocation, conscientization, at risking / asterisking indigenous peoples, and And we're about to get into reoccupation and urban homesteading. We have some parts that were like playing Indian and the erasure of indigenous peoples. The settler moves to innocence part is probably very important, I think. Well, I guess that's basically what most of this all is. But I hope you all had a good time. Take care of yourselves. Um, make sure you have some like hydration, food, water. Take your meds if you haven't taken them today. I need to take mine, so I'm going to take mine now. Downloading the PDF right now so you can read through them yourself. Yeah, yeah. This one is 40 pages, so it's not that bad. Let's get to where I left off. Um, I will say ahead of time, there's a lot of big academic words. I myself am not the most. Oh, what was that sound that it made? Thank you, Kat. Thank you for the resub. Me appreciate you. 7 months. It's weird that we've only known each other like half a year. You love academic words. Academic words are cool, but I have a very difficult time reading them. I mean, like out loud, and I'm not the biggest, brainiest meow meow, you know? I'm trying my best, but you'll hear me stutter a lot, and there are definitely a lot of times where I have to go and like Google the word comprehension, etymology, and stuff. You are spelling bee nerd. Friends sometimes surpass time. It's true, it's true. Your only skill in pre-high school. No. I'm sure you had tons and tons of skills. They may not be relevant to the capitalist industrial school system, but I think it's easy to see how much people value you just on what you show here in like stream spaces. I'm gonna turn that little bit of music up a tiny bit. Just let me know if it's too much or not. A late bloomer. That's so fair. I think like education and things, the states at which people are able to really understand and absorb stuff is really different for everyone. And everyone has like really different timelines of when it's like super ideal of, I don't know, when they would have or could have done something. But I digress. Well, I guess I'll get started. Really good at learning, but the system sucks at teaching. That's so true. That's so true. And also, forgive me, I'm a little eepy. I took a nap just before stream. Moves to Innocence 6. Reoccupation and urban homesteading. The Occupy movement for many economically marginalized people has been a welcome expression of resistance to the massive disparities in the distribution of wealth. For many indigenous people, Occupy is another settler reoccupation on stolen land. The rhetoric of the movement relies upon problematic assumptions about social justice and is a prime example of the incommensurability between reoccupy and decolonize as political agendas. The pursuit of worker rights and rights to work and minoritized people's rights in a settler colonial context can appear to be anti-capitalist, but this pursuit is nonetheless largely pro-colonial. That is, the ideal of redistribution of wealth camouflages how much of that wealth is land, native land. In Occupy, the 99% is invoked as a deserving supermajority, in contrast to the unearned wealth of the 1%. It renders indigenous peoples a 0.9% superminority, completely invisible and absorbed, just an asterisk group to be subsumed into the legion of occupiers. If U.S. land were divided like U.S. wealth, the 1% would own this, 9% would own this, and the remaining 90% would own this. Yeah. You're EP2. For example, if U.S. land were divided like U.S. wealth, figure 1.1 is a popular graphic that was electronically circulated on the internet in the late 2011. In connection with the Occupy movement, the image reveals inherent assumptions about land, including land is property, land is/belongs to the United States, land should be distributed democratically. The beliefs that land can be owned by people and that occupation is a right reflect a profoundly settling, anthropocentric colonial view of the world. In Figure 1.1, the irony of mapping of wealth onto land seems to escape most of those who reposted the images on their social networking sites and blogs. Land is already wealth. It is already divided, and its distribution is the greatest indicator of racial inequality. Footnote 17. The footnote. Wealth, most significantly in the form of home ownership, supersedes income as an indicator of disparities between racial groups. See discussions on the wealth gap, home ownership, and racial inequality by Thomas Shapiro, 2004, in The Hidden Cost of Being African American, How Wealth Perpetuates Inequality. Indeed, the current wealth crisis facing the 99% spiraled with the crash in homeland ownership. Land, not money, is actually the basis for U.S. wealth. If we took away land, there would be little wealth left to redistribute. Figure 1.2. If native land is divided like native land. 1850, 1865, 1880, 1990. Settler colonialization can be visually understood as the unbroken pace of invasion and settler occupation into native lands. The white spaces in Figure 1.2, decolonization as a process, would repatriate land to indigenous peoples, reversing the timeline of these images. As detailed by public intellectuals / bloggers such as Tequila Sovereign. Lenape scholar Joanne Barker. Some Occupy sites, including Boston, Denver, Austin, and Albuquerque, tried to engage in discussions about the problematic and colonial overtones of occupation. Barker, October 9, 2011. Barker blogs about a first-hand experience in bringing a proposal for a memorandum of solidarity with indigenous peoples, footnote 18, to the General Assembly in Occupy Oakland. Footnote 18. The memorandum can be found at last retrieved 2012. Did I open it? It's all the way over there. Where was I? The memorandum signed by Corina Gold, Trocheño Olone, the First Peoples of Oakland / Olone, Barker, and numerous other indigenous and non-indigenous activists, scholars, called for the acknowledgement of Oakland as already occupied and on stolen land, of the ongoing defiance by indigenous peoples in the U.S. and around the globe against imperialism, colonialism, and oppression. The need for genuine and respectful involvement of indigenous peoples in the Occupy Oakland movement, and the aspiration to decolonize Oakland rather than reoccupy it. From Barker's account of the responses from settler individuals to the memorandum, ultimately, what they, settler participants in Occupy Oakland, were asking is whether or not we were asking them, as non-indigenous peoples, the impossible? Would their solidarity with us require them to give up their lands, their resources, their ways of life, so that we, who numbered so few, after all, could have more, could have it all? Barker, October 30th, 2011. These responses, resistances by settler participants to the aspiration of decolonization and Occupy Oakland, illustrate the reluctance of some settlers to engage the prospect of decolonization beyond the metaphorical or figurative level. Further, they reveal the limitations to solidarity without the willingness to acknowledge stolen land and how stolen land benefits settlers. Genuine solidarity with indigenous peoples, Barker continues, assumes a basic understanding of how histories of colonization and imperialism have produced and still produce the legal and economic possibility for Oakland. Ibid, emphasis original. For social justice movements like Occupy to truly aspire to decolonization non-metaphorically, they would impoverish, not enrich, the 99+% settler population of the United States. Decolonization eliminates settler property rights and settler sovereignty. It requires the abolition of land as a property and upholds the sovereignty of native land and people. There are important parallels between Occupy/decolonize and the French, Haitian revolutions of 1789 to 1799. 1791 to 1804, respectively. Haiti has the dubious distinction of being, quote, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Central Intelligence Agency 2012. Yet, it was the richest of France's colonies until the Haitian Revolution, the only slave revolution to ever found a state. This paradox can be explained by what/who counts as whose property. Under French colonialism, Haiti was worth a fortune in enslaved human beings. From the French slave owners' perspective, Haitian independence abolished not slavery, but their property, and a source of commonwealth. Unfortunately, history provides us with the exact figures on what their property was worth. In 1825, France recognized Haitian independence by a treaty requiring Haiti to pay an indemnity of 150 million francs, payable in 5 years, to compensate absentee slave owners for their losses. Schooler, 2007, page 149. The magnitude of these reparations, not for slavery, but to former slave owners, plunged Haiti into eternal debt. Let's see what footnote 19 was. 150 million francs was the equivalent of France's annual budget, and Haiti's population was less than 1% of France's. 10 times all annual Haitian exports in 1825, equivalent to $21 billion in 2010 US dollars. By contrast, France sold the Louisiana Purchase to the United States in 1803 for a net sum of 42 million francs. The indemnity demand, delivered by 12 warships armed with 500 cannons, heralded a strategy of plunder. Fuller, 2007, page 166. As a new technology in colonial reconquest. The eternal debt one, footnote 20. Where is that? Haiti has literally been in debt from the moment it was recognized as a country. Haiti paid off its indemnity to France in 1937, but only through new indemnity with the United States. Ironically, in contemporary times, the Paris Club has power over Haiti's debts, and thus maintains Haiti's poverty. Occupy draws almost directly from the values of the French Revolution, the Commons, the General Assembly, the natural right to property, and the resistance to the decolonization of indigenous life/land. In 1789, the French Commons declared themselves a national assembly directly of the people, the 99%, against the representative assembly of the estates, the 1%, set up by the ruling elite, and adopted the celebrated Declaration of the Rights of the Man and the Citizen. Not unlike the heated discussions at the December 4th, 2011 General Assembly of Occupy Oakland that ultimately rejected the proposal to change the name to Decolonize Oakland. The 1789 National Assembly debated at great lengths over the language of emancipation in the Declaration. Ultimately, the Declaration abolished slavery, but not property. The effectively stipulated that property trumped emancipation, while rhetorically declaring men as forever free and equal, and thus unslavable. It assured the revolutionary colonial profiteers in the assembly that their chattel would be untouched, stating unequivocally the right to property being inviolable and sacred. No one ought to be deprived of it. Blackburn, 2006, page 650. Table 1. Outnumbers. Incommensurable. French Revolution. 99% French, 1% slaves. Footnote 1. Haitian Revolution. 90% slaves, 10% whites, and free blacks. What is footnote 21? At 28 million people, France was the third most populous country in the world in 1789, after China and India. Haiti's slave population in 1791 was approximately 452,000, a fluctuating number as the slave mortality rate exceeded the birth rate, requiring a constant supply of newly enslaved Africans, and approximately 200,000 slaves died in the Revolution. 1% refers to this number of enslaved people in Haiti relative to the French population, and does not include those enslaved in France or its other colonies. Decolonizing the Americas means all land is repatriated, and all settlers become landless. It is incommensurable with the redistribution of native land/life as commonwealth. Table 2. Outnumbers. Incommensurable. Occupy. 99% occupiers, 1% owners. Decolonize. 0.9% indigenous, 99.1% settlers. Footnotes 22 and 23. According to the 2010 U.S. Census, Native Americans comprise 0.9% of U.S. inhabitants. And footnote 23. Wayne would like to give special thanks to Jody Bird for pointing out this numerical irony. Let me take a sip. Our critique of occupation is not just a critique of rhetoric. The call to occupy everything has legitimized a set of practices with problematic relationships to land and to indigenous sovereignty. Urban homesteading, for example, is the practice of resettling urban land in the fashion of self-styled pioneers in a mythical frontier. Not surprisingly, urban homesteading can also become a form of playing Indian, invoking indigeneity as tradition, and claiming Indian-like spirituality while evading indigenous sovereignty and the modern presence of actual urban native peoples. More significant examples are occupiers' claims to land and their imposition of Western forms of governance within their tent cities/colonies. Claiming land for the commons and asserting consensus as the rule of the commons erases existing, prior, and future native land rights, decolonial leadership, and form of self-government. Occupation is a move towards innocence that hides behind the numerical superiority of the settler nation, the illusion of democracy with justice, and the logic that what became property under the 1% rightfully belongs to the 99%. In contrast, the settler labor of occupying the commons, homesteading, and possession, some scholars have begun to consider the labor of deoccupation in the undercommons, permanent fugitivity? Fugitive. So fugitivity. Okay. Provides a way to conceive of the refugee as a potential latent figure of becoming. Oh man, that's a long sentence and I have to restart it. In contrast to the settler labor of occupying the commons, homesteading, and possession, some scholars have begun to consider the labor of deoccupation in the undercommons, permanent fugitivity, and dispossession as possibilities for a radical black praxis. Such a labor that is dedicated to the reproduction of social dispossession as having an ethical dimension. Moten and Harney, 2004, page 110. Includes both the refusal of acquiring property and of being property. Incommensurability is unsettling. Having elaborated, oh my god, my brain. Having elaborated on the settler moves to innocence, we give a synopsis of the imbrication of settler colonialism with transnationalists, abolitionists, and critical pedagogy movements. Efforts that are often thought as exempt from indigenous decolonizing analysis, as a synthesis of how decolonization as material, not metaphor, unsettles the innocence of these movements. These are interruptions which destabilize, unbalance, and repatriate the very terms and assumptions of some of the most radical efforts to reimagine human power relations. We argue that the opportunities for solidarity lie in what is incommensurable rather than what is common across these efforts. We offer these perspectives on unsettling innocence because they are examples of what we might call an ethic of incommensurability, which recognizes what is distinct, what is sovereign for projects of decolonization in relation to human and civil rights-based social justice projects. There are portions of these projects that simply cannot speak to one another, cannot be aligned or allied. We make these notations to highlight opportunities for what can only ever be strategic and contingent collaborations, and to indicate the reasons for lasting solidarities may be elusive and even undesirable. Below, we point to unsettling themes that challenge the coalescence of social justice endeavors broadly assembled into three areas: transnational or third world decolonizations, abolition, and critical space place pedagogies. For each of these areas, we offer entry points into the literature, beginnings, a sort of bibliography of incommensurability. Third world decolonizations. The anti-colonial turn towards the transnational can sometimes involve ignoring the settler colonial context where one resides and how that inhabitation is implicated in settler colonialism in order to establish global solidarities that presumably suffer fewer complicities and complications. This deliberate not seeing is morally convenient, but avoids an important feature of the aforementioned selective collapsibility of settler colonial nation states. Expressions such as the global south within the global north and the third world in the first world neglect the four directions via a flat earth perspective and ambiguate First Nations with third world migrants. For people writing on third world decolonizations, but who do so upon native land, we invite you to consider the permanent settler war as the theater for all imperial wars. The Orientalism of Indigenous Americans, Berger, 2004, Marez, 2007. Was it here? No, that wasn't it. Discovery, invasion, occupation, and commons as the claims of settler sovereignty. Ford, 2010. Heteropatriarchy as the imposition of settler sexuality. Morganson, 2011. Citizenship as coercive and forced assimilation into the white settler normative. O'Neill, 2004. Somerville, 2010. Religion as covenant for settler nation state. A.J. Barker, 2009. Maldonado Torres, 2008. The frontier as the first and always the site of invasion and war. Bird, 2011. U.S. imperialism as the expansion of settler colonialism. Ibid. Asian settler colonialism. Fujikane, 2012. Fujikane and Okamura, 2008. Saranillo, 2010A, 2010B. The frontier as the language of progress and discoverability. Maldonado Torres, 2008. Rape as settler colonial destructure. Deer, 2009,
What a
2010.
cute little dragon.
Yeah. One sec. Let me finish this little bit. The discourse of terrorism as the terror of native retribution. Tuck and Ree, forthcoming. Native feminism as incommensurable with other feminisms. Arvin, Tuck, Moral, forthcoming. Joman and Denatale, 2009. Hi, Snacko. I love you too. I don't know what there is to be proud of, but I'm just trying to learn more here. I think one thing that's definitely interesting is, I guess, like the talks around the Occupy movement, because like the Occupy movement happened when a lot of us were like maybe in high school, like middle to high school for a lot of us who are in the like closer to late 20s to 30s range, I think. Let alone like people who are younger, where it's like you probably did not remember the Occupy movement at all. And it's something where it's like I vaguely remember seeing news on the TV, but it wasn't something that like my family really spoke about much. To be honest, if anything, my family was just racist about it. My family just saw black people on the TV fighting for rights and went, why are the black people rioting? Why are they so bad? And I think that was the first instance of me and my family just being like, this seems kind of weird. I don't really understand why they're saying that. There's nothing bad going on. As far as I can vaguely tell, this is not I don't know what they're talking about. And that's what that probably the jumping point of when I started really like I guess like counter thinking to what family might have said. Just like, why are you saying something like that? How do you know my age? I'm just saying for myself. Because I was just thinking about it, because like a lot of these are around like those specific years, and I'm like, I vaguely remember this, but it wasn't something that I was like old enough at all to really like get what was going on. Knows too much. He must be stopped. Yeah. I also think of it like I guess it was probably more relevant here because I wasn't super far off from Oakland. I was in the South Bay and Oakland is East Bay. I never went around Oakland too much. I only went around here and there. Honestly, I wanted to, if I like could move back to the Bay Area, I probably would, and I wouldn't mind moving closer to Oakland. If anything, I like before moving down here to SoCal, there were like more, I don't know, more things I was interested in like learning about, and just like local activist stuff, I guess I wanted to at least support and things. I know like I've always really, really wanted to go to this Olone restaurant, which I'm very glad has survived through COVID and everything like that. It's uh, I don't know. They're very inspiring, and yeah. One of your parents lived in Oakland, so you did too every summer. Hmm. I always lived like only in the South Bay. I think it's like one that no, I don't know. I guess like Oakland and San Jose areas and stuff are like similarishly priced. It's just like dependent on what people worked as and stuff. And like my mom liked to stay really close to family, so being directly in San Jose or close to San Jose was always like the priority in that way. I lived in San Jose for a while too. Yeah. Yeah, I like moved I moved around the South Bay with like a lot of those areas like San Jose, Santa Clara, etc. Like I moved a
Same with
lot,
my
but like a
hair.
lot in the same area. Thank you for the hydration. I think it's unfortunate that I never really like moved up and around like East or North Bay or anything. I think those areas are very interesting. Let alone living like closer to the beach would have been nice. Okay, I guess I should continue. Abolition. The abolition of slavery often presumes the expansion of settlers who own native land and life via inclusion of emancipated slaves and prisoners into the settler nation state. You know nothing of California, but it seems nice. California, sorry to pause again on the reading. I mean, it's like all things are kind of like relevant and stuff, right? Like I think I like California a lot. I think like every state, you can probably find a lot to like about like the land itself. It's beautiful, expansive, and full of white people. It's gotten giga gentrified in most parts. Yeah, pretty much. It's like California now to California when I was a kid is very different. It's very, very expensive. California is interesting in that it's definitely got like a lot of different kind of special biomes in different areas. So like depending on what you like, you might find, I don't know, whatever, you know? Like you have down here in SoCal, you have like warmer beaches. You've got like rolling hills of grass. You've got like Chino Hills. You've got like yeah, you have like a lot of like certain kind of like aqua culture stuff. And then the more east you go, you start to go straight into the desert. And the desert can be really cool too. Like, I don't know, people hate the desert, but the desert's cool. The middle of California is like mostly farmland. It's like California's like got two sides of mountains. And then the dip in the middle, that's a valley. And the valley is all farmland. And the mountains are really, really high and hard to get through. So you don't see super much in that middle zone there. People kind of get close enough to the mountains and maybe settle there if they're going to be close to the farming communities. You have up close to NorCal before you get into like what people consider NorCal, so like the South Bay where I lived, San Jose. Right before you get into there, you get the chaparrals, which is like a very, very specific kind of like biome. And I think there's only a really tiny amount of chaparrals in the world. Let's see. Chaparral. Shrubland plant community primarily found in California and southern Oregon. And in the northern part of Baja California in Mexico. It is shaped by Mediterranean climate, mild wet winters and hot dry summers, and frequent high intensity crown fires. Let's see, California. Yeah, it doesn't say like that there's many other places around. It's a very, very specific. It's very pretty. Like then you have like all the different variations of sequoias. So closer to like the middle land, there's the two mountains, right? There's the mountains that kind of like cut off the coast. The coast in many areas is cliffs, high cliffs. And if you ever drive along the coastline, it's basically like 100-foot cliff and misty fog down below, and you can't even see the bottom. Kind of on a good day, it can be clear and beautiful waves crashing against the cliffs. And on other days, on most days, it'll be like foggy mists everywhere that are hard to see through. When you get to like North Cal, closer to the coastline, that's where Santa Cruz is. The idea of like the super hippie people, the when you think of like skater stuff, all of like the skater things is all like Santa Cruz, blah blah blah. It's got redwood sequoias, which are super super tall, pretty trees. It's very diverse. I think it's because it's also like if I remember right, California is like on the tectonic plates. Well, one, that's why we have earthquakes, right? But we're like on where the plates kind of like crash along. So you have like technically land that wasn't necessarily part of the continent before. And one day, many, many millions of whatever years, if the planet lasts that long, California will drift back off. It'll just say bye and just go float back off into the ocean. But it's like a crashed, smushed part of land into the other part of land. That's why we have such really, really tall mountains. I think like when I think of like, I don't know, the native land to California, there's just so much like different diverse areas that are so pretty and wild. I'd really like to try like the oysters that are more native to like the NorCal up to like Washington areas, because I don't know if I've ever tried them. It's a whole side of like aquaculture that was like not super cared for with settler occupation. I was mentioning the other day when I was reading this too, like one side of things growing up in California, and Bun can probably attest to this too, is like when you're a kid, they take you out to the Spanish missions. They take you to these places as like a fun field trip for the kids to get to know California stuff more. And it's like this weird mix between the Spanish stuff and the indigenous peoples of Americas, and they try to make it like it was so fun and happy. And it's something. There's a lot of mixed history of California and this kind of stuff. To be like Bugs Bunny with the saw in Florida. True. Yeah, yeah. Nature just doing that on its own. I really like the redwoods. They're so pretty. They're so tall. And like the reason why you have the redwood sequoias around like Santa Cruz and stuff is like they survive off the fog. So it's really only in like I think NorCal and Southern Oregon have redwoods, and I think Japan. And I don't think there's any other places in the world that necessarily have redwoods. It's because they need the fog to like hydrate. And then you go inland to the large mountains towards like the central California. I went to Twain Harte earlier this year, which is kind of close to like the John Muir and like Sequoia forests and stuff. I didn't quite get to go see those ones, but I did get to see the general area, and it's similar redwoods, but not as tall, more fat. I went through Fresno and stopped at a farm and saw this giant cutting of a tree, a sequoia tree, back when like settlers had come in. It literally was said something on the plaque like when settlers came and they just chopped down fucking huge trees. And this was just a middle piece towards like not the base bottom, but like towards the middle part of the entire trunk, I guess. And it was like 3 times my length, like in the diameter. It was huge. And this was just like a sliced disc just on display at a farm. I don't know how many trees that thick and big are still around anymore. if the colonizers didn't just chop all of them because that's some pretty fucking good wood to build on, I guess. I can't doubt that would be pretty solid foundations and stuff, but that's so many rings of years of life, unfortunately. Anyways, I should go back to reading. But I want to also learn a lot more about like the California wildlife and this and that. Honestly, ideally, if anything, like if I could move back north in California, move close to like the Santa Cruz area, that's what I'd like. I think like Snacko for you, you'd probably like that area a lot too. A lot of like there's a lot of folks in the county of that area, Watsonville, Aptos, etc., etc. There's a lot of people who are like they do a lot of their own like farming and for themselves and their families, and hunting and fishing and whatnot. Old school mountain folk. Yeah. The problem is that, again, like Bun said, everything is getting gentrified. Everywhere you go in California, no matter where, even the farther and farther off it gets, is getting more gentrified. When I was going through Fresno, it immensely reminded me of how San Jose was when I was a kid. So it's like in that part of the development of lots and lots and lots of urban, suburbia. And eventually eventually it's probably going to start building up more and more with like the tech side of this and that too. Unless like tech just, keeps fucking off to all the other states. But there's still going to be whatever built in that area too. So it's just going to get more expensive too. And then like Santa Cruz, everyone loves the beach. Everyone loves the idea of like the hippie piece at so and so. So like the actual old white hippies that lived there before, either they're kind of like clinging on to the land, like the land that they own with the death grip, or they're selling it off, and all the rich people and the real estate companies, etc., are buying it out. People I've known a lot of people where it's like the landowners, the landlords said they'd be under, would figure out some bullshit reason to basically kick them out because they know that they could either sell it or re-rent it off to someone else for double or triple the price. And they do. They find some way to kick you out, and you have to find somewhere new. So yeah, there's like almost, I don't know, there's so few people I know growing up in like NorCal that live in NorCal still. Like you either have to be someone who has like a tech job, or you're living with family, or some other like strong support network. It's hard. Same there. I know you've mentioned that too, and I'm like, oh my god, why is like the prices where you live like basically the prices of like California too? That's fucked up. That's just not right. Like this system, I know. It's hard. And then like all of that kind of stuff, even ignoring that and going back to like what we're reading here in this documents and stuff, like this is a whole nother side of like land and money and so and so. Yeah, no doxy. You can talk to me later. Whenever you want. I'm like pretty much always here. All right. Let me continue on, I suppose. I think I just stopped at the sentence, right? I'll restart the paragraph. The abolition of slavery often presumes the expansion of settlers who own native land and life, via inclusion of emancipated slaves and prisoners into the settler nation-state. As we have noted, it is no accident that the U.S. government promised 40 acres of Indian land as reparations for plantation slavery. Likewise, indentured European laborers were often awarded tracts of, quote, unsettled indigenous land as payment at the end of their service. McCoy, forthcoming. Communal ownership of land has figured centrally in various movements for autonomous self-determined communities. The land belongs to those who work it. Disturbingly parrots Lockean justifications for seizing native land as property, earned through one's labor in clearing and cultivating virgin land. For writers on the prison industrial complex, illegally and other forms of slavery, we urge you to consider how enslavement is a twofold procedure: removal from land and the creation of property, land and bodies. Thus, abolition is likewise twofold, requiring the repatriation of land and abolition of property, land and bodies. Abolition means self-possession, but not object possession. Repatriation, but not reparation. Quote, "The animals of the world exist for their own reasons. They were not made for humans any more than black people were made for white or women created for men." Alice Walker, describing the work of Marjorie Spiegel in the preface to Spiegel's 1988 book, The Dreaded Comparison. Enslavement/removal of Native Americans. Galley, 2009. Slaves who become slave owners. Savagery as enslavability. Chattel slavery as a sign of civilization. Galley, 2009. Black fugitivity, undercommons, and radical dispossession. Moten, 2008. Moten and Harney, 2004. Moten and Harney, 2010. Incarceration as a settler colonialism strategy of land disposition. Ross, 1998. Watson, 2007. Native land and native people as constitutive. Meyer, 2008. Kawagle, 2010. Critical pedagogies. The many critical pedagogies that engage emancipatory education, place-based education, environmental education, critical multiculturalism, and urban education often position land as public commons or seek commonalities between struggles. Although we believe that we must be fluent in each other's stories and struggles, paraphrasing Alexander 2002, page 91, we detect precisely this lack of fluency in land and indigenous sovereignty. Yupiak? So sorry if I said that wrong. Yupiak scholar Oscar Kawagle's assertion: "We know that Mother Nature has a culture, and it is a native culture." 2010, page XIII. Directs us to think through land as more than a site upon which humans make history, or as a location that accumulates history. Joman, 2008, page 24. The forthcoming special issue in Environmental Education Research, Land Education, Indigenous, Post-Colonial, and Decolonizing Perspectives on Place and Environmental Education Research might be a good starting point to consider the incommensurability of place-based, environmentalist, urban pedagogies with land education. The Urban as Indigenous, Bang 2009, Bellin 1999, Friedel 2011, Joman 2008, Intertribal Friendship House and Lobo 2002, Indigenous Storied Land and Disrupting Settler Maps, Joman 2008. Novels, poetry, and essays by Craig Saris, Craig Womack, Joy Harjo, Gerald Visinor. To remain an Indian, Loma Waima, and McCarty, 2006. Shadow Curriculum, Richardson, 2011. Red Pedagogy, Grande, 2004. Land Education, McCoy, Tuck, Mackenzie, forthcoming. More on incommensurability. Incommensurability is an acknowledgement that decolonization will require a change in the order of the world. Fenn in 1963. This is not to say that indigenous peoples or black and brown peoples take position of dominance over white settlers. The goal is not for everyone to merely swap spots on the settler-colonial triad, to take another turn on the merry-go-round. The goal is to break the relentless structuring of the triad, a break and not a compromise. Memi, 1991. Breaking the settler-colonial triad, in direct terms, means repatriating land to sovereign native tribes and nations, abolition of slavery in its contemporary forms, and the dismantling of the imperial metropole. Decolonization here is intimately connected to anti-imperialism elsewhere. However, decolonial struggles here, there, are not parallel, not shared equally, nor do they bring neat closure to the concerns of all involved, particularly not for settlers. Decolonization is not equivocal to other anti-colonial struggles. It is incommensurable. There is so much that is incommensurable, so many overlaps that can't be figured, that cannot be resolved. Settler colonialism fuels imperialism all around the globe. Oil is the motor and motive for war, and so was salt. So will be water. Settler sovereignty over these very pieces of earth, air, and water is what makes possible these imperialisms. The same yellow pollen in the water of the Laguna Pueblo Reservation in New Mexico, Leslie Marmon Silko reminds us, is the same uranium that annihilated over 200,000 strangers in 2 flashes. The same yellow pollen that poisons the land from where it came. Used in the same war that took a generation of young Pueblo men. Through the voices of her character, Bethany, Silko writes, 30,000 years ago, they were not strangers. You saw what the evil had done. You saw the witchery ranging as wide as the world. Silko, 1982, page 174. In Tucson, Arizona, where Silko lives, her books are now banned in schools. Only curricular materials affirming the settler innocence, ingenuity, and right to America may be taught. Hi, Rogue. Welcome. Meow. So that's about, like, nuclear bombs. In No, her response to the 2003 United States invasion of Iraq. Ms. Nvisoke Creek poet Joy Harjo, 2004, writes, "Yes, that was me you saw shaking with bravery, with a government-issued rifle on my back. I'm sorry I could not greet you. as you deserved, my relative. Don't Native Americans participate in greater rates in the military? Asks the youngish man from Vietnam. Indian country was/is the term used in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq by the US military for enemy territory. The first Black American president said without blinking, "There was a point before folks had left, before we had gotten everybody back on the helicopter and were flying back to base, where they said, Geronimo has been killed, and Geronimo was the code name for Bin Laden." Elmer Pratt, Black Panther leader, falsely imprisoned for 27 years, was a Vietnam veteran. Was nicknamed Geronimo. Geronimo is settler nickname for the Bedencohe Apache warrior who fought Mexican and then U.S. expansion into Apache tribal lands. The Colt .45 was perfected to kill indigenous people during the liberation of what became the Philippines, but it was first invented for the Indian Wars in North America alongside the Hotchkiss cannon, a Gatling gun that shot cannonballs. The technologies of the permanent settler war are resurfaced for foreign wars, including boarding schools, colonial schools, urban schools run by military personnel. It is properly called Indian country. Hotchkiss revolving cannon. Ideologies of U.S. settler colonialism directly informed Australian settler colonialism. South African apartheid townships, the kill zones in what became the Philippine colony, then the nation state, the checkered boarding of Palestinian land with checkpoints, were modeled after the U.S. seizures of land and containments of Indian bodies to reservations. The racial science developed in the U.S., a settler colonial racial science, informed Hitler's designs on racial purity. "This book is my Bible," he said of Madison Grant's The Passing of the Great Race. "The admiration is sometimes mutual. The doctors and administrators of forced sterilizations of Black, Native, disabled, poor, and mostly female people. The Sterilization Act accompanied the Racial Integrity Act, and the Pocahontas exception praised the Nazi eugenics program. Forced sterilization became illegal in California in 1964. The management technologies of North American settler colonialism have provided the tools for internal colonialisms elsewhere. So too with philosophies of state and corporate land grabbing. The prominence of flat world perspectives asserts that technology has afforded a diminished significance of place and borders. The claim is that U.S. borders have become more flexible, yet simultaneously, the physical border has become more absolute and enforced. The border is no longer just a line suturing two nation states. The U.S. now polices its borders interior to its territory and exercises sovereignty throughout the globe. Just as sovereignty has expanded, so has settler colonialism in partial forms. See also Arundhati Roy, 2012, in Capitalism, A Ghost Story. New Orleans' lower Ninth Ward lies at the confluence of river channels and gulf waters, and at the intersection of land grabbing and human bondage. The collapse of the collapsing of levees heralded the selective collapsibility of native slave, again, for the purpose of reinvasion, resettlement, re-inhabitation. The naturalized disaster of Hurricane Katrina's floodwaters laid the perfect cover for land speculation and the absolution of excess people. What can't be absorbed can't be folded in, because the settlers won't give up their land to advance abolition. Translates into bodies stacked on top of one another in public housing and prisons, in cells, kept from the labor market, making labor for others, guards and corrections personnel, making money for states, human homesteading. It necessitates the manufacturing of crime at rates higher than anywhere in the world. 1 in 6 people in the state of Louisiana are incarcerated, the highest number of caged people per capita, making it the prison capital of the United States, and therefore the prison capital of the world. Let me see what you said. What's crazy about illegal settlements is that most of the money for these goes into creating propaganda in order to convince people they are the good people, such as in South Africa. Yeah. And I mean, you see it pretty hard right now. Like all of the, I don't know, I think I retweeted something earlier that's just like, some of these people being like, oh no, the things I saw from the Israeli propaganda film designed to make me feel this way for them. I feel so sad. I'm never gonna feel okay again. As if we aren't just seeing like people burnt to a crisp because of the Israeli military, and just like people dying every day just on social media, just like, huh? You're choosing to ignore every bit of all of that just to be like spoon-fed something specifically from, I don't know, all this propaganda, and it's so fucking horrible. I know, it's like, there's a lot of the propaganda that's so like ridiculous too. Like, this is not even that believable whatsoever. Sweetheart, I saw this shit in college. This was my major. I know you're lying. Oh, there's so many. Oh, wait, you reminded me of like, where was it? I saw something recently with someone talking about how like, now in their like late 30s or something, everyone they knew that was quote like an activist in college is conservative or something now. Like almost no one who was an actual like, it was very, very performative during college, and that's it. Once you get past college, you're past your activism and your solidarity with people. Now you need land for your home and your family, so you don't care anymore about other people's struggles. Shows this montage of Israel soldiers shooting up schools and empty alleys. So they are trying to appeal to America because they shoot up schools too. Oh my god. Ah. Take a little sippy sip. Friendship with empathy is over. Now capitalism and the HOA are my best friends. That's basically it. Like, God, I hate HOAs. I know. Me who lives in a place with HOA. It's mostly annoying because, like, I think until recently, like, for all of these years that whatever people have lived here, until like just this year, this little area that I'm in with the HOA has like refused until recently to pay for recycling. So There's just no, just couldn't recycle. And the thing is like, when you go to recycling centers and stuff, you can recycle certain things, but you can't recycle a lot of like other certain things that are like the normal things that you recycle, if that makes sense. Like, no, you're supposed to recycle that with the recycling truck that comes by. You can't just like toss that off to us. And, but they, but, but you can't recycle if you don't pay for the recycling truck, I guess, like to come by. Gentrification findoms. So true. I think the HOA, the main person who does all that in this place, their home's like all the way at the end, and anytime I've walked by it at night, they have like a camera that goes around, and it'll specifically like turn on and light up, and it'll be like, you are being recorded. And I'm just like, if only you had this, I don't know, towards the front where like the mail comes in, and like so people don't steal mail. Not back here, but okay. They get on your mom's ass over her fucking grass. Leave us alone. Yeah. Fucking annoying. Yuki face. What? Where's the dock? There it is. Okay. Okay, let's continue on, I suppose. Prison capital of the world. Wait, footnote 25. Source Chang 2012. Okay. Louisiana. Prisoners per 100,000 residents. 1,619. United States. 730. Russia. 450. Iran. 330. China. 122. Afghanistan. 62. You've been listening between work since Barbie raid. I hope you're doing okay. You just got home. Okay. Welcome home. No worries. I mean, I don't expect people to talk while I'm like reading and doing stuff anyways. Like people can, but yeah. Let's see. The Yazoo and Mississippi Rivers Delta floodplains.
What a good entity.
Was once land so fertile that it could be squeezed for excess production of cotton, giving rise to exponentially large-scale plantation slavery. Plantation owners lived in houses like pyramids, and chattel slavery took an extreme form here, even for the South. Beginning with enslaved Chitimachas, Choctaw, Natchez, Chauachas, Natchez, Westo, Yamasi, Yuchi, or Yuki? Yuchi, Yazoo, and Tawasa peoples, then later replaced by enslaved West Africans, literally worked to death. This most southern on earth, Cobb 1992, was a place of ultimate terror for Black people, even under slavery, the worst place to be sold off to. The place of no return, the place of premature death. Black and Native people alike were induced to raid and enslave Native tribes as a bargain for their own freedom, or to defer their own enslavability by the British, French, and then American settlers. Abolition has its incommensurabilities too, or incommensurable abilities. You're doing okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. I got you. I feel you. The Delta is now more segregated than it was during Jim Crow in 1950. Icahn, 1990. The rising number of impoverished all-black townships is the result of mechanization of agriculture and a fundamental settler covenant that keeps black people landless. When black labor is unlabored, the black person underneath is the excess. Angola Farm is perhaps the more notorious of the two state penitentiaries along the Mississippi River. 300 miles upriver in the upper Delta region is Parchment Farm. Both state penitentiaries, Mississippi and Louisiana respectively. Both former slave plantations, both turned convict leasing farms almost immediately after the Civil War by genius land speculators come prison wardens. After the Union victory in the Civil War abolished slavery, former Confederate Major Samuel Lawrence James obtained the lease to the Louisiana State Pen in 1869, and then bought Angola Farm in 1880 as land to put his chattel to work. Figure 1.4. The cage, where convicts are herded like beasts of the jungle. The pan under it is the toilet receptacle. The stench from it hangs like a pall over the whole area. Johns, Spivak, Georgia, 1932. God. Cages on wheels, to mobilize labor on land by landless people whose crime was mobility on land they did not own. The largest human trafficker in the world is the carceral state within the United States, not some secret Thai triad or Russian mafia or Chinese smuggler. The U.S. carceral state is properly called neo-slavery, precisely because it is legal. It is not simply a product of exceptional racism in the U.S. Its racism is a different function of the settler colonial mandate of land and people as property. Black codes made vagrancy, i.e., landlessness, illegal in the antebellum South, making the self-possessed yet dispossessed black body a crime. Similar logic allowed for the seizure, imprisonment, and indenture of any Indian by any person in California until 1937, based on the ideology that Indians are simultaneously landless and land-like. Dennis Childs writes, "The slave ship and the plantation, and not Bentham's panopticon as presented by Foucault, operated as spatial, racial, and economic templates for subsequent models of coerced labor and human warehousing, as America's original prison industrial complex. 2009, page 288. Geopolitics and biopolitics are completely knotted together in a settler colonial context. Despite the rise of public traded prisons, farms are not fundamentally capitalist ventures. At their core, they are colonial contract institutions much like Spanish missions, Indian boarding schools, and ghetto school systems. Footnote 26. As we write today, Louisiana has moved to privatize all of its public schools. What? Oh, fuck. This is in 2012. Makes bold bid to privatize public education. Tens of millions in tax dollars out of the public schools to pay private industry, business owners, and church pastors to educate children. God. I like how it's like Spanish missions, like what I was talking about. What they try to show you and make you think like was a fun little thing. Fun little happy place you can go. The labor to cage black bodies is paid for by the state, and then land is granted, worked by convict labor to generate additional profits for the prison proprietors. However, it is the management of excess presence on the land, not the forced labor, that is the main object of slavery under colonialism. Today, 85% of people incarcerated at Angola die there. Conclusion. An ethic of incommensurability, which guides moves that unsettle innocence, stands in contrast to aims of reconciliation, which motivate settler moves to innocence. Reconciliation is about rescuing settler normalcy, about rescuing a settler future. Reconciliation is concerned with questions of what will decolonization look like? What will happen after abolition? What will be the consequences of decolonization for the settler? Incommensurability acknowledges that these questions need not, and perhaps cannot, be answered in order for decolonization to exist as a framework. We want to say, first, that decolonization is not obliged to answer those questions. Decolonization is not accountable to settlers or settler futurity. Decolonization is accountable to indigenous sovereignty and futurity. Still, we acknowledge the questions of those wary participants in Occupy Oakland and other settlers who want to know what decolonization will require of them. The answers are not fully in view, and can't be as long as decolonization remains punctuated by metaphor. These answers will not emerge from friendly understanding, and indeed require a dangerous understanding of uncommonality, that uncoalescences, coalition politics, moves that may feel very unfriendly, but we will find out the answers as we get there, in the exact measure that we can discern the movements which give decolonization historical form and content. Fanon, 1963, page 36. To fully enact an ethic of incommensurability means relinquishing settler futurity, abandoning the hope that settlers may one day be commensurable to native peoples. It means removing the asterisks, periods, commas, apostrophes, the whereas, buts, and conditional clauses that punctuate decolonization and underwrite settler innocence. The native futures, the lives to be lived once the settler nation is gone. These are unwritten possibilities made possible by an ethic of incommensurability. When you take away the punctuation, he says, of lines lifted from the documents about military occupied land, it's acreage and location, you take away its finality, the opening the possibilities of other futures. Craig Santos Perez, Chamorro scholar and poet, as quoted by Voltaire, 2012. Decolonization offers a different perspective to human and civil rights-based approaches to justice, an unsettling one, rather than a complementary one. Decolonization is not an and, it is an elsewhere. And then all the references. We finished it. That was a good paper, I think. There's a lot of other things that one can bounce off from these things, these focuses, studies, I suppose. I know there's so many papers and books and things that I want to read and learn. It's like so hard because I feel like the human brain can only super know so much, and it really is up to scholars to really keep, I don't know, a lot in track. And I feel like it's really I don't know, a lot of the people who make these ways to try to get into these positions to be of power, I think the most responsible thing that people can do in these positions is to go and learn, and even if not learning, understanding other scholars who spend their lives dedicated to learning for you, basically, what they have to say and stuff, what they have recorded. I think, I don't know. There was something recently that I was looking at where I was remembering what a former US president did to native folks during his presidency and prior to his presidency. And it's not something that's just taught in schools, but it's something that's you find in books very specifically around that time. Let me see. Let's see. This is from the book American Holocaust, The Conquest of the New World. Here, wait, I'll put it on. Oh, thank you for the donation, Luca. Me appreciate that. Here. Reach my viewing limit for this book. What do you mean? I just opened it on this one. Well, fine, whatever. Well, I'm going back to the other one, but you forgot to do that earlier. It's okay. Thank you. So here's a quote from that book. Let's see. From the precipice of non-existence, the Cherokee slowly struggled back. But as they did, more and more white settlers were moving into and onto their lands. Then, in 1828, Andrew Jackson was elected president. The same Andrew Jackson who once had written that quote, the whole Cherokee nation ought to be scourged. The same Andrew Jackson who had led troops against peaceful Indian encampments, calling the Indians, quote, savage dogs, and boasting that, quote, I have on all occasions preserved the scalps of my killed. The same Andrew Jackson who had supervised the mutilation of 800 or so Creek Indian corpses, the bodies of men, women, and children that he and his men had massacred, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan and turn into bridle reins. The same Andrew Jackson, who, after his presidency was over, still was recommending that American troops specifically seek out and systematically kill Indian women and children who were hiding in order to complete their extermination. Yeah, it's stuff that you don't really quite learn just right in school. But some scholars have been out here and they write it down, and people are keeping it up with keeping up informative books and things. Oh yeah, I mentioned it to you before the other day because I had remembered vaguely about this because I didn't take a lot of history classes in college and stuff, but I had a partner who took a lot of intersectional sort of classes, like women's history, Native First Nations, a little bit of history in classes and stuff. And I got the secondhand drip of just hearing slightly the information without reading it myself. So I remembered vaguely about that. And then I went to go look it up and saw this passage from this book and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but it's not something that was super easy to find in the, that's just it super, super well known history. Did I finish this piece? I finished the document just a little bit ago. It was good. It was a little harder towards the end, especially with such a big word, incommensurability. But it was very informative and good. I don't fucking teach any of this stuff in school, and it's worse than I thought. Yeah. The education department is working as intended. You won't hear the bad parts about U.S. history, pretty much. I should look for it later, but I remember hearing an interview. It was an interview with I'm not sure which nation, but a native woman. And it was just kind of it was around how even now the system around fostering, adoption, whose children get taken away by child protective services, or a lot of native folks, it's the system is very much designed to kind of really go after them, in particular among marginalized people. And so there are many people who have interviews and they have things like that, talking about how their children were taken away for literally nothing. Or your children get taken away because you're poor, not because you've done anything wrong ever to them, but you are too poor and therefore not a good parent. And so these children must be taken away and given off to good, rich, white people, basically. You mean democracy-loving Americans don't know their government was hypothetically involved in 50 coup d'etats in Latin America? So wild. military and or military interventions. Yep. That's why currently there's a lot of people so interested by Bin Laden letter to America. It literally just says the same shit that I would say. Get the fuck out of other countries. Like the US has too many hands in genocides over resources instead of actually paying them what they are worth. They would rather be a colonized superpower and fuck up everywhere else. Yeah. Isn't it like in the Latin Americas and stuff too? It's like the US kind of controls a lot of what comes in and out for a lot of these countries. Like the US can very easily block off aid or anything else, you know, like how a lot of people have outrage to the aid being blocked off for Palestine. This is something that is pretty normal in a lot of these kind of like a lot of these colonizing conflicts, honestly. When countries over here do things that the US doesn't super agree with, they get blocked to hell. Thinking of like the coup d'etats. I remember, so like, I don't have a lot of like, I haven't looked super much into the histories around these, the Americas continents, especially in the like the Latin Americas and stuff. But like my last partner before is half Nicaraguan. Like, mom is from Nicaragua, and like so she definitely went and took a look at like some history things, and it's like there was like one part of like Nicaraguan history that was just like man from America just decides to take control. Like just I'm going to become your president now. You have no no choice in this. I think they killed him. At least I hope they did. Eventually. But there's there's a lot around like these areas. There's like it's I think like even just looking ever so lightly into the drip of like the histories of the sides of things, like no shit, no wonder people like are coming into our country for this or that, for like a better life, because our country also fucks up their life in the first place. You know how bad the education institution has to be to have fucking white 12-year-olds calling other children terrorists and other racist slurs, and then get upset when these children get the shit beaten out of them and ask why if they learned it in class. Yeah. It makes me so upset for the kids right now who are like being like, yeah, just attacked by other kids, even, let alone like the ones that we've heard of stories recently with like Palestine and stuff, where it's like even the teachers and everything will like they'll discipline the Palestinian kids, but not the other kids that were actually being horrible. I'm tired of people saying, we gotta worry about other countries. We had a mass shooting where someone killed over 20 people and we just passed by that. I know. I think like the hard thing with that, with like the worrying about other countries or not worrying, is like unfortunate, like for better or worse, which is I don't know, this or that. It's more like our country always seems to have a fucking hand in the misery and destruction of other lands, and unfortunately it becomes our problem because we are doing it the problem. So it's like the terror is here. You need to work about why your dad is lashing out in your home, or mom, or siblings, or cousins. Yeah. I finished this kind of early though, because it's only like 8. So what do I do? I could just move to art stuff. And or I could raid out. But it's a little short. So maybe I can move over to I guess I could move over to like rigging or something. I'm gonna have to like figure out what else I want to study material wise. If people like vibing to like the reading, I can think about trying to pick up more things to read. But I don't know. Let me know in the future. Our country has to be forcibly dragged. Batterers. Or dragged to counseling. So true. I allow it too. Let me see. I'm kind of readjusting things around. If I'm gonna open up rigging stuff, then I kind of have to move everything all around. We need an intervention. There's no one that has the power to intervene. It's like God, it's really the vibe of like the school bully that's just gigantic versus like everyone else, but no one else will also like stick together to kind of go up. So everyone just watches as they beat up the other people and no one does anything. If anything, the school bully is also the teachers and the principal. There's no escape. Let's see. I'm still moving stuff around. Switch music. No, wait, nope. That's not the right playlist. Oh god. Don't do it. Don't play things. Yep. Well, at least I played that. But that's still not right. Okay. Let's see. There's 2 teachers you remember that you would start swinging if you saw them in public. So fair. Opening up the program and things. And I change categories and stuff. Is it okay? It is open on the right thing. Okay. I guess I can turn back on a bunch of other redeems too. I just gotta find. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm too lazy, to be honest. I'll do it next stream, but I'm too lazy right now. We'll keep with the chill redeems. Well, now that we're done with reading and stuff, what's everyone up to? What have you all been doing? How has the day been? How was the week? Winding down, tired night, listening to things. You got so upset yesterday. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I can imagine, honestly. My mom had texted me asking me like what I was doing, and I was just like, I am not doing anything. And she asked if I wanted to come, and I was like, I don't have the money for gas. It literally, if I want to go up to like NorCal at this point, like the gas will probably cost me like 150, you know? Let alone anything else. I'm trying to get code to work between work. I hope it's coming along well. Are you working on the same thing you were working on before, or a different project? And or calm? Not sure how to join in the conversations while you're still reading and learning, but listening is still invaluable. Oh, no worries, I got you. Especially like I think like the earlier part that I had read on Tuesday. I think that's the meatier part. Like the parts today was a lot more, I guess, like current-ish, but not. I don't know. I think there are parts earlier wise in the document that are just a lot meatier. I think like especially like the parts about like playing Indian and stuff where wait, I think I still have it up. I want to read that one quote. Where is it? It's just like this whole part. Whites claiming Indian blood generally tend to reinforce mythical beliefs about Indians. All but one person I met who claimed Indian blood claimed it on their grandmother's side. I once did a projection backwards and discovered that evidently most tribes were entirely female for the first 300 years of white occupation. No one, it seemed, wanted to claim a male Indian as a forebear. It doesn't take much insight into racial attitudes to understand the real meaning of the Indian grandmother complex that plagues certain white people. A male ancestor has too much of the aura of the savage warrior, the unknown primitive, the instinctive animal, to make him a respectable member of the family tree. But a young Indian princess? Ah, there was royalty for the taking. Somehow the white was linked with a noble house of gentility and culture if his grandmother was an Indian princess who ran away with the intrepid pioneer. While a real Indian grandmother is probably the nicest thing that could happen to a child, why is a remote Indian princess grandmother so necessary for many white people? Is it because they are afraid of being classed as foreigners? Do they need some blood tie with the frontier and its dangers in order to experience what it means to be an American? Or is it an attempt to avoid facing the guilt they bear for the treatment of the Indians? Hi, Punk. Welcome. Sorry, I did finish reading, but parts like that just meaty. It's a lot to digest. Work on this. You ever be at an event and your mom didn't want to fucking leave? Oh yeah, my childhood. I was always you know, if you go to like a lot of family stuff as a kid and this and that, like my mom really loves being with her family. And when I was a kid, it's just like, you know, can't leave me alone. So we'd also end up, so it's just like every week going out to be with like aunties and uncles, uh, every weekend or something. But, yeah, I would always be like the one that's going to be, we are literally going to be the family that's there the longest. The other relatives, my other cousins and stuff, they're going to be gone by like 8 or 9. I'm going to be there till like 10. It was life. But you know what that meant? That meant I get to get all the leftover food. Someone having birthday, leaving their cake at the end, I'm taking your cake. It's mine now. White people just need to stop. Yeah. It's like with like that part with the Indian princess thing, it's something I've even heard a lot, you know, like people talking to me like about their heritage and stuff. I want to make a funny note that some of the same people who have said something about how they have native heritage and they're this and that, like their blood they've got to be at least like a quarter or so and so native and blah blah blah. And then like first off, there's like no one directly in their family that has any cultural ties that they could ever point to. And then 2 is for the same people. It's like once they actually did any sort of blood tests, the maybe at best might be 1%, but usually not even a 1%. And it just is like, okay. I heard Nicuous blood is a quarter mercury. Ooh, spicy blood. That'd be kind of sick though. Just like a self-defense mechanism bleed on someone and it just poisons them. You don't know much about a lot of your extended family lineage, but you doubt they were not terrible. Cake. Yeah. That is one of those excerpts where you pick up on the intentions that underlie the history very quickly. The paper also discussed what was it, like the Virginia whatever, basically all of like the white women who were like Reagan, Nancy Reagan, and people like that who were like, oh my god, we're like part native, we have like nothing to do with them, and I love taking away all of their rights, but like I'm part of like Pocahontas's lineage. You were told that it's in your bloodline, and now you're skeptically curious. You've never heard the Indian princess thing before, at least not in that eye-opening phrasing. I have, and it's something. It's also like if you're like super white and you don't have like any cultural ties at all, like there's no cousins, no nothing, and no one that you could point to alive at all that like you could say that practices anything or is culturally close to anything. You're that like 1% or whatever in your bloodline is probably not it's about the same as like if you're like if you got that 1% black in your bloodline or something, it probably means that your ancestors did some evil fuckery. Oh, you're a part of the Pocahontas bloodline, so you must want her items back from the British Museum that they stole off of her fucking corpse. And they go silent. Why do the cutest, colorfulest frogs be the most poisonous? Oh, I know, because they gotta make sure you don't eat them. They're too cute. I turned off TTS for the reading, and I'm just lazy to turn off like or turn back on the redeems for now. So I'm just gonna leave them off until tomorrow. Because I kind of figured it'd be like honestly inappropriate. White people like that flex the Indian ancestry, have culture in the way the bacteria is a culture. I love that. Please. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. I'm gonna use the restroom and then I'll come back and I'll turn on TTS for you. Just be right back. Okay, I'm back and I will go and get the channel point thing back on. Hi, Sour Dusk. Welcome, welcome. You're just a gay space toaster, doing gay little tasks with your paws. And we appreciate that. Mm-hmm. You like the CP time? I know. It's not super hard to make, but it was like, I took forever getting around to setting it up. But I'm glad I finally set it up, so now I can just walk away instead of like turning to another scene, because I don't have a BRB. Well, I have a BRB scene, but it's not good. Same with my starting soon. Honestly, next year I'd like to actually spend a lot of time and make myself a bunch more assets, actually become a better streamer. I just need a finished button. I do not wish violence on anyone, but I saw that Derek Chauvin got jumped in prison and your night is improved. I feel like I've probably erased this name from my head of who this person is.
What's the name?
Derek Chauvin?
Oh, that's the cop who killed the guy in Minneapolis.
Oh, let's fucking go. Get fucked.
Yeah.
Get jumped in prison. Yes.
Fucking good.
Let's see, where's my thingies? Okay, manage rewards. You're glad you are around like-minded individuals. I'm being... What can I say? I'm very... I mean, at least for me, I'm also just very opinionated. And I'm very... I don't know. Me don't like all bad thing. I don't have a lot of tolerance for a lot of bad things. There are a lot of people who want to be really, who do their best to balance a lot of tolerance for intolerance and bad faith. And, I don't know. That's not me. Some other people, you can do your best to give it a go, but, and hurt yourself in that way, but it ain't gonna be me. Okay, all of the main stuff should be back on channel points. My patience is gone. Yeah. I'm now entering my Mean Girl arc. Oh my god, I was saying to Bun last night, I was like, unfortunately, I've realized that part of my gender is, I'm a mix between fucking Mean Girl and, like, evil Cupid thing. Honestly, also, like, I'll say it. Yesterday, with, like, Thanksgiving and stuff, I can't really tell you how annoyed / disappointed / etc. I get with, like, a lot of people who like to really claim that they are allies with folks, especially, like, there are some people around our spheres that are like, they claim allyship with indigenous folks, and you see them kind of just playing around with Thanksgiving and being all fun. Like, here's my trans giving kind of thing. Like, I make it queer, so that makes it better. And it's like, no, actually, it doesn't. It doesn't make it better. It's still just as bad. Actually. The world is bad and my mean girl demon inside is frothing at the mouth. Hardly contained. You don't have your license, but you'll
Guess
help
what
by the
time
way.
it is? Uwu?
Yes, honey. There we go. You need to uwu a bit. Are you sure? I can uwu with wage. The queer artworks where pilgrims and indigenous people are friends, like white people didn't murder them in cold blood. I know. It's like, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? You don't do cultural appropriation for Thanksgiving. Mainly just use it as a day to remind yourself of how blessed you are and an opportunity to make and eat a bunch of food. I don't even know how I feel with that, to be honest, with things. I don't know. Like, I've kind of said where I miss having the opportunity to eat and just eat together with people, but I don't. The more I think about it, the more I don't really like associating it whatsoever with Thanksgiving. What I do like thinking of things around this time is like, I don't know, just general appreciation of the seasonal changes, food on the land. That's like, this is the time of year that one harvests things, etc. Like, I'll think of it like that and I can enjoy things, but I don't really like thinking. I don't like thinking anything around like thankfulness to this and that. What am I thankful for? Like, on the contrary, I would rather probably follow like, oh shit, I fucking turned TTS on and I didn't open the TTS program. Okay. Where is it? I guess I have to turn this on too. I have to turn on tits and I have to turn on VTS Pog. Whatever. Yeah, it's tits. Here we go for that. Well, I will just I'll
Meow.
okay, that sounded off for me. And let me copy and paste your message. Not go off?
Meow.
Please. Oh, fine, I'll just play it in here. I think it's okay.
Let's talk Thanksgiving. My grandmother, a proud native woman, loved Thanksgiving. It's also when we celebrate my sister's birthday, so it's always been a time. I understand the negatives. To us it was a fall harvest celebration more than how people killed my ancestors or the land.
Mm-hmm. Me understand that. I mean, like, at the end of the day, also, like, I'm not gonna really judge, like, a lot of other, in particular, marginalized, especially indigenous folks for this day. Despite all my wage, I'm still uwu in a cage. Yeah. You don't like Thanksgiving. You like seeing your family as it is, but you acknowledge the history of the massacre that happened to dictate the date, and remember that there's still native tribes to support as well, instead of tweeting them like they are gone forever. Yeah, like, I also notice a lot of, like, folks were talking, like, it, you can, it is also alternatively, like, a day of remembrance and mourning. So, if you want something, there's that. Like, good night, punk. You're good. Don't worry. Rest well. Are there any charitable events that take place on Thanksgiving annually? I mean, um, yeah, I don't know. You could look into other things, I suppose. I'm not super familiar with a lot of things. I'm just kind of like coasting along with my thoughts. Do your own legwork for that. Yeah. Like, I also feel like I don't really like a lot of people playing around with like the same thing. Like, there's just, I don't know, there's like celebration of the fall and season, and there's like having food and spending time with family or friends. But like, people just playing around with changing the words and this and that, it feels very like hollow. It feels very surface deep, you know? Like, it doesn't matter to you genuinely. Feel free to learn. Yeah. And like most of my criticisms and thoughts is basically just around like settlers, you know? This includes myself. But then like again, for especially like indigenous folks, like I'm not gonna judge indigenous folks if they celebrate or not, because it's also just like, I don't know. So many people, like, I do understand also just trying to keep I I don't know how to explain it. I guess like trying to keep the mask on with the family, trying to keep some semblance of like something together, even if it's under all of this shit. You gotta get some art done. Okay. You take care then. Have good art. Nick, a whole settler. I know. It's true though. We should probably have Thanksgiving as a national day of remembrance. Have a different holiday to celebrate the harvest, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And I mean, I think it is like, um, yeah, like very directly, alternatively, the same day is National Day of Mourning. And I suppose I'm starting to see this more over the last few years. This is more something I'm like okay with. But also, it's not like what I have to say is the most important thing. These are my thoughts and stuff, but like, I'm not like the authority on it in the end of the day. At most, it's just like what my personal opinions and feelings will be thinking about when I see folks. I open a whole can of worms without a lot of education and cultural exchange. I guess it is becoming a Canadians don't want to celebrate Canada Day kind of thing to some. And the Thanksgiving rebrand you touched on earlier, it reminds you a lot of the Occupy segment. Yeah? Well, if you weren't there for also like the first day in reading, I think like part of it kind of covers like there's a very certain sort of tellings of history that really dictate how we think and like feel with the ideas of the past and things like Thanksgiving and stuff. I don't know if it says it directly. It was like, yeah, I have like the first reading. It should be on VODs, but even if not, if you don't want the VOD, you can always get the PDF. It's linked, it's pinned in the chat. So if you want to just like sit and read it on your own, like the earlier half of this whole thing is like really, it's a lot. Let's see. I guess I would say so like part of this talks about like the narrative of the mythical American, right? And I guess like that's kind of what I feel like when I see Thanksgiving. I feel like it's the culmination of the mythical American vibes, the not I, but I thing. It's like the idea that basically like they're all gone, so we adopt and we're taking it on ourselves and we're carrying it on. We're carrying things forward. But it's like, but these people still exist. Green, okay. I never like ended up making all these, so I'm like doing it now. Or retexturing rather. Or remeshing. Like I think I can just auto mesh these. When you were in Job Corps, part of it took place on a native reservation. Job Corps being a government-funded program, it is kind of telling, though not surprising, that the Job Corps Center on the reservation was allowed to fall so deeply into disrepair compared to the others you'd seen. Yeah. Oops. Yes. Edit. It's like, I guess that's like, sort of like, oh wait, shit, I also missed the part you said above. Queen people often have found family after their blood relatives are shitty enough to disown them. But the attempt to reclaim Thanksgiving is an attempt to reclaim something that wasn't theirs in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Basically, you got it. Because it's like, I almost feel like it sucks because it's like I do like spending time with friends. I do want some sort of thing where we're gonna get together during the season. I just don't want to call it something like Friendsgiving. I don't want to reinterpret Thanksgiving, basically. I just fuck, we could make something new, you know? Like I don't even care. Just start mixing some other shit yourself. Like let's go, let's have fun. Whatever. Make something else. But if it's just a rehash of Thanksgiving, except without the nastiest part, which is just your family that have the old crunchy brains and older systems of things, then I don't know. Hi, Wither. Welcome, welcome. How are things today? Hi, Jeannie. Welcome to you too. I feel like it can be an easy to overlook something like that in excitement and anticipation to engage with found family, but also doubt most people would object to better branding than this is a Thanksgiving knockoff. We definitely need more efforts to go beyond using iffy set in stone tradition to incentivize community and companionship. Yeah. Like, I know I don't have the answers to these things, especially because like I just don't have community anymore. Like I can't solve the problems of my own found family community when like none of my found family is like close to me anymore. No one that I consider like someone I love very much, except for like Griff and my housemate, are like people that I love dearly, a community that's close by, people I can support. I'm just gone from everything. So like there's just no place for myself in particular to really like engage and figure it out and find something. Hi Pank. I hope you had a good stream today. I saw you were doing Jackbox. I was lurking. The disconnect. Yeah, like I think like I'll put it pretty forwardly, I guess, in that way where it's like there are some people that I really love where for many years before I guess like before the last 5 years, like 5 years before we did things like like the Friendsgiving things, right? And I don't know. It's like I guess like I think in retrospect, it's like all kind of navigated by the very white queer not queer white friends that I have that really want to engage in this particular way, and I would just go along and stuff, but like, and I'm not blaming anyone for anything like that. I just like think in retrospect now, I'm like, we could just like not, I guess we could do something different and still do eating together. Super good turnout for not streaming over a week. Oh, people missed you. Finding a way to connect with local communities is super important. I know. It's just like one of those things where it's like I haven't been able to, I don't know. Moving here, it was more of a like survival sort of thing. But there's not really anyone here
good entity
community-wise that I'm close to, interested, engaged with. And when there are things that are interesting enough to me here, they're like all the way on the other side of the LA County. And that's like, it could be a half an hour maybe, but it's more than likely going to be over an hour of commute to an hour of commute back. Maybe once a month sort of thing for some niche whatever, and so. And I might not even have like the ability to go on that one day of the month or something. I stopped going to thing that I liked, that I wanted to go to more because of COVID, in that way where it's like, well, I haven't been able to find the time to get like a bunch of boosters still to today. And I'm still like, I need to get more boosters and stuff so I can even think of like reapproaching physical communities of stuff. And even then, it's like, I'm not sure how well I fit in so-and-so communities. Imagine being in a small town where no one shares your niche interests. That's true. But like, you know, the thing is that I'm not from a small town and I never have been. I've always at least had that luxury of living in like very urban, suburban sort of areas where it's like pretty much an hour commute to the super urban areas, but the like everything that you'd ever want, I guess, is usually in these kind of places. At least like from everyone else's perspectives. You know, especially like you know, every once in a while here we talk a little bit lately on like kink and communities. And that's basically the community that I've wanted to engage with more, but I haven't been able to like really get myself back into getting the healthcare needs that I need. And then even then, like the navigation of commute, because I'm sure that whatever days that most of the time the days that are free are days that my partner will be working and have the car, and I'd like they would like to go too, and I don't want to like, you know, you don't want to go alone. I don't like going to a lot of events alone. I'll go to events alone, but I don't like to. And they want to go, and then I feel bad if they didn't, and so and so and so. I don't know. It's a little bit of a mix of sad in these kind of ways. You hate rural living. Nature is beautiful, but so many of the people are rotten to the core. That's yeah, that's pretty fair. I like being in that like that sweet spot of being close enough to a lot of nature, but also being within like an hour's commute to like urban things. So if I want like maybe once a month to go to the special supermarket that has the special fun whatever or another, then I can go that once a month and not be paying like ridiculous amount of money in gas or something, I suppose. The roomie who gave you COVID only ever got the first shot, and his life was fucking hell for over a week. They still have a cough. No! Yeah, I need it. Okay. I was going to, and then like Griff had to retake the TB test. So we had to stop to go reschedule for another time, and we both just keep forgetting to reschedule. I need to ask I need to poke them, and then we can both schedule together sometime soon. Just never wanted to do it much. I mean, like, I don't know. It's fair. Sometimes it's hard to just get the motivation to take care of yourself in these ways. But it's not great, but it is part of the mindset of things. I mean, like, I'm not super great on these things, so 70% vaccine by volume. All that liquid in you, it's mostly vaccine juice. Let me know when you get your COVID shot. Try to get yours at the same time. Yeah. Booster party. I need all of these to go on like one more layer above, I think. All 301. Oh god, except for the back football line. Go behind. Yeah, there we go. Where's the lines for these? I don't know where the toe lines went. I think here. One. There we go. And then the nails need to be one more. COVID vaccine, the real Antifa super soldier serum. Your work's finally giving COVID shots on Monday. Oh, oh, finally. Where's here? You don't get COVID shots anymore because the booster gave you a blood clot. Oh god. Yeah. Also, hi, Obrism. Where is this line? Where is it? Is it in one of these? Empty, empty, empty. The program's being a little slow with me. Oh. Where's object at cursor? Is it this one? There we go. Flush foot line. Keep it at 300. I wonder what Bun's up to. I wonder if Bun fell asleep. Assuming Bun is napping. Probably. If not, then it would be good. I know Bun didn't get much sleep in the night, so... This needs to go into the foot deformer. There we go. Easy peasy. I feel like it's been so long since I started this that now like a bunch of techniques that people do with live 2D have even like upgraded more, and I'm just like, ah. I can't keep up. But also, I noticed that the newest round of like tutorials and stuff that people, not tutorial, well, yeah, basically, the like sample files that people have been making lately for Live 2D are like double to triple the prices that they were before. I can't really say if it's a good or bad thing. I mean, I just, I don't know. I feel a little bit like frustrated in that way where I think like when it's educational stuff, I don't super like when the price is super high. I do understand that it's a lot of work though. But it's also like something that no one can use these as assets in their own thing, you know. It's a pure study file only, like a book or something essentially. It's good for them for job security, but horrible for everyone else. Yeah, pretty much. Especially because like Live 2D in particular is purely like the education is purely on the the shoulders of the community. Everyone is teaching each other, and if people start like super keeping, well, I mean, a lot of people like to keep really secret on this or that or blah blah blah, but I don't know. I think it's hard. Because it's like, just because someone can like look at these files and or like just because you in theory can do something doesn't mean that you can really do it well. It's still like everyone, it's just like other art, you know, like whether it's the rigging specifically or the art, like everyone has their own different levels and experience with stuff, and no one is like inherently taking the competition away from someone else. That's how I believe. So it's kind of frustrating that like, okay, no, no, it's not like to be shady, right? But like one person's files, the previous file was like $20, and I was like, all right, I can do that, right? And then like the newest one is $70. And I understand that it's more complex, and I've been playing around with things, and like I understand it's more complex and work, but that's just a lot for something that you can't use. You can only study. And I say this with the same feeling of like, I don't particularly like when school education books are over like $20 either. I don't really like the idea of like students having to pay hundreds of dollars for books that they're gonna be learning with. Why isn't as many people buying my work? I mean, there's still gonna be like lots of people who are buying it. I don't know. Also, my program is frozen. I'm pirating my suite. And this is not to say like digital products shouldn't be priced properly and stuff. Like, I think it's totally fine that like the 70 whatever price for like a lot of models, right? But that's also like a lot of those models, the intention is you're using them, you know? It's not like, not that they're there just for you to study with. A lot of those models that you can find for 3D are there for you to put to use in VR chat or something else like that for you to play around with yourself. For you to use, you can have commercial licenses or this or this or that, you know? There should just be a gradual price change. Maybe it's just the inflation. Maybe my maybe I'm looking at it like, damn, 75 is so much, but also 75 is like it's like the price of a video game at this point. I sure wish this would not be frozen. Well, we'll see if it unfreezes or not. I get milk is $8, but like you going from 20 to 70, I'm gonna choose the milk every time. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I think for personal products, like the commissions and stuff, personal commissions and things, I think you can price at whatever. Absolutely. Especially because it's all gonna be like individual made products for one single person. Oh, thank you for the lurky, Aspen. But when it's like super educational stuff, it's just like a lot harder. I don't think that you shouldn't make money from it. I think like it's perfectly fine to have it set at like some price. I'm just like, please don't make it like $100. Gypsum has claimed my lap. I don't think it's gonna unfreeze. I think I'm just fucked. I'll wait for a few more minutes. Gypsum finally jumped in my lap. Good point. No, I know. I don't know when I last saved too, so I'll fucking die. Boo. I know. I think I just have to. I gotta take it out. There it goes. Maybe. Where is the auto backup? Oh shit. Now it's opening a second one. It's okay. It happens. I've noticed that with this latest version, even now, this is supposed to be like, I think, updated from before, and just in general, 5.0 has been a lot more I don't know. It's been a lot more unstable for me, I guess, which is annoying. Okay. Object at cursor. No. Object at cursor. Wait, on a super random note, Rogue, did you ever finish like all of your ref sheets and things? All of your designing stuff? Not that you have to, I'm just curious if you did. Oh, Gypsum, you're so cute. Who's my good boy? Sweet, sweet little man. Fuck no. Fair enough. Okay, I only finished one of my ref sheets, and I kind of realized that there's still some extra things I could add. And I'm just like, ugh. Also, everyone looking at my ref sheet like, why is this so gigantic? So you can zoom in. This goes back up into the foot. Oh god, where is it? Long foot. There we go. Hoping to finish by the new year. We're trying to differentiate the accessories and stuff. Same mine, but each cell is different. God, I understand that. Like, where's my thing? Like, even with this, it's still not done, I realize, because I'm just like, ugh. Like, I forgot to say that people can draw. You can put, snake bites here if you want, or not. I am considering or not if I also maybe put, like, top surgery scars here or not. This is not like supposed to be a replacement of the top surgery scars. This is more akin to like the under titty tattoos. That's the shape. Because I did put like stretch marks and stuff here, so like it wouldn't be super much of a stretch to put the same color up here. But it's like one of those things where it's like optional, you know, all the optional little things. And if your friends is like, why do you have top surgery pictures on your Pinterest board? Like, we both know why they're there. So true. I figure And honestly, it's always like it's easier to add on than it is to take away. As far as the booba goes for cosplay and this and that. Someone was like, I'll give you 10K for your titties. I'll give them for free. You pay for the surgery, you get whatever. Pay for the surgery and you may have all of my medical waste. Customizable titties. Yeah. Sometimes you want them bouncy, and sometimes you just like them to be flat. True. Jelly's such a vocal cat. Every once in a while, he just stands up and he just he just wants attention, but mostly he just wants food. He'll just cry at you for food, very pitifully. I'm also not super sure how we want to go about like rigging body physics stuff. Oh shit, I keep forgetting. I wanted to show I think I have a basic grasp of how people have been doing like the face augmented physics stuff. Which to everyone who doesn't rig sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and everyone who does rig probably still wait, what sorry, I should not use that. It sounds like confusion. Sorry about that. I have no idea what you're talking about half of the time, but I support it. Thank you. So it's I think like the first person who mentioned it to me was Hanao, because Hanao noticed it with some rigs. I can show you. I downloaded some rigs in that because like the videos for the rigs because I'm just like, if I forget, like, one, if people delete their accounts or if I forget which accounts, like, I want to get back into the habit of like old internet where I actually save things to my computer. I stopped doing that for many years. But I'm like, I need to do that again because I never know when a resource is just gonna like fucking vanish from existence. It was I did not save it. God damn it. I saved the titty part of it, but I didn't save the main face part. This is from Kuroama _. Where? Here, I just fucking find it. It was this one. This one specifically. You can see it with every movement that the face makes. Everything has a soft delay to jiggle. And that's what I'm talking about with the face augmentation. That's what people are referring to these kind of physics as, at least. So I'm trying to get a better grasp on that, on body physics, and I would like to figure out how to do this, this sexy lean in. Damn, the art though. They single. I know, it's so good. Such good art. Wait, who is the actual VTuber? I really liked this too. Because I'm just like, what the fuck? Like the head movements on just like an angle like that. I feel like I might follow that streamer, but I have no fucking clue if I actually do. Also, their setup makes me very jealous. Like, all of these monitors, the tablet on an actual good... I went and like looked up the arm that they're using for their tablet, and I'm like, I want that, but it's like $300 to $400 for a good fucking arm stand that actually holds up a Cintiq. And look at the fucking like the stream decks on on this. It's just a piece of fucking wood in the back that they just have these like put on. I'm trying to find that one because I know that this must be linked in like the earlier posts with the character. Freaking, what is this character? VTuber. There you go. Anyways. Not one, but two stream decks and extended keyboard. I know! I know! Honestly, vibes though, because it's like, even though you can make like a bunch of like extra things on the Stream Deck at the same time, it's like pushing buttons in buttons in buttons. And if you just have more buttons around instead of having to press the button to get to the button, then it's probably easier. But I don't know. Like, I'm not super good with my buttons, honestly. I need to get better with them. I also need to reorganize some of them because I should just put all the pearls into one folder to clean up the space so I know where to click for things more easily. And I also, just like my channel points, I need to have like actual specific images for everything. I need to actually work on that. More buttons are easier to reach, but harder to organize and keep track of. That's true. Very true. If anything, like, probably the easiest is just actually using them as much as I can and then, like, remembering the movements. Like, it makes me think of, that one streamer every once in a while I point to, the Sushi Dragon, where he's like, so there's parts of it where it's AI picking up the words that he's saying or the facial movements he does. And another part of it is that he has like literally both of his hands has something akin to similar-ish to like the Quest controllers, except with way more buttons. And he just has like all of these things memorized in his head, like the combination of buttons to click to get something very specific to pop up on his screen. And I'm just like, oh my god. The muscle memory. Okay, wait, I wanted to show, okay, the physics setting. So I added it lightly. I also turned down the hair physics for now. I'll mess with them more later, but I might need to remake the back hair too. But I added a little bit of the slight soft delay and physics onto the head movement. So technically it shouldn't go as far as it normally does, maybe, but that's okay. But it'll have like, I guess it just comes off better instead of like super harsh. I'm also gonna have to figure out this arm better because this arm looks like kind of like shit right now. And it probably will be that I need both of the arms together so I can tell what the hell I'm doing with them. And then I should work on the arms last again. Like I'll redo the arm rigging, I guess, or I don't know, figure it out better later. But I probably need to work my way up. Like I need to probably start with the hips and then chest, the legs. Oh god, I need to find like a video or something. Like I need to see how people do the sidestepping. I know I have like a video or two saved. I know that there's probably a tutorial or two out there, but I haven't actually sit and absorbed it. Like I was spending time to absorb just figuring out how to do that last night. And I guess it's something I've done. Like I think I have, similar to the face setup, the way my ears are set up on this model are slightly similar. I guess once you figure out how to rig something like that, it does make sense. It is a lot more on the technical end, though. That's like the part where I really fall behind with Live 2D, I guess. Figuring out a lot of the technical stuff. Not to mention, I just have a hard time actually rigging things and not being a little monster that's super specific. But I want to finish this before the year ends, and it's getting really fucking close to the year end. So I'm kind of screaming. Mostly, I've been putting this off for a little while. Even like this last 2 or 3 weeks, it's like once I was not streaming the process, I stopped working on it. And the only way I'm going to get this done in time is if I actually work on it every day. Off of stream. Just every day. And I just gotta do that. I just gotta suck it up and do it. Even if my brainworms tell me to do everything else, I need to just do this. I can give myself a little gaming time, but I can't too much. It's mostly because it's like, you know, when you're like way too depressed and like way too like everything is just like not aligned and you just don't want to do anything else, and the only thing you can even manage to do is just like doing something to sort of have a little bit of fun, and that's about it. Lately, that's how I spent November. Which actually October and November. November just hasn't felt real. That's basically it. October felt horrible, and November just doesn't feel real. Okay, wait. I'm gonna have to go back and make sure the glue is okay on those. I don't think I remembered to touch the glue. Oopsie. Every day doesn't feel real. Exactly. That's like how I'm feeling
Good
too.
little dragon.
Thank you for the petties. Best part of October for you was Halloween week, and the best part of November was Thanksgiving week because holidays. I mean, that's fair enough. It's like, even ignoring the basis of whatever for these things, it's still like, I get it. Of like, I don't know, trying to find some semblance of happiness. Spending that time with your family, with your friends, something or another. Hi, Scoots. Welcome, welcome. You were also doing art earlier, right? How'd it go? Oops, my earbud. I love when my earbud dies and then my other earbud doesn't immediately connect. Teehee. There we go. You went good. You adjusted an old rig and it sketched something for another one. More whips for the pile. Awesome. Sounds productive and good. Good to hear. Oh, I was just talking about some live 2D stuff. Do you have a lot of like resources or thoughts into a lot of like the augmentation sort of things? And by that I mean like there's the face augmentation that people do, there's the body augmentation that people do, which is, and by augmentation I've noticed that's basically people just using the physics in the figs. It's the physics on the physics thing, the one where it's like, I think all of the quote augmentation things that people suggest and stuff is like, it's like the cat ear method, putting things on the angle physics to replace the main thing, so it goes through physics before it actually goes through thing, like for the face and the body. So I did it last night with Bun. Once I close this up, I'll show. once I like did it, I guess for the face, I was like, oh, this is like the same thing that we do for the cat ears. Now I just know the term that people like have been using, I guess, when I actually like search around for resources. People will just say augmented physics, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like I put Bun's face through a physics thingy, so it still basically does the same thing, but there's a slight delay and a little bit of a tiny bit of a jiggle to it. I could add more jiggle to it, but I think it would come off kind of fucked up. It was something that Hanao had brought up to me before. I just closed. No, wait, here. I didn't just close the tab. I still have it up. Based off of, this was like the first rig that it saw with like the face augmentation. And the lean in, but I want to learn how to do the lean ins like this. But the face augmentation, I've noticed a lot of riggers lately doing that with the face. So every time you see soft up and down, left and right, there's like a soft delay to it, a light, tiny little jiggle to it. My vision is augmented. It makes you think of Deus Ex game. That's true. Yeah, when I hear augmented, I think of that too. I think of like transhumanism. Like I am turning my fucking arm into like the beef chopping machine. It is now a hand and it will open up into a slicer or something. My eyes, I'm getting RBG glowing rainbow, and I can zoom in times 10 with my iPhone eye cameras. Oh my god, imagine the eye. Apple's new human augmentation project. It's just adding a control for interpolation of webcam tracking input. Yeah, I'm just not super like familiar with it. Not too many people have many tutorials on these things. He will send me another whip. Yes, good. Put on the separate movement parameters for Y bounce of character. Did something like that to make cartoon angel wings lag behind with eyebrow movement. Yeah, I need to apply things like that more with a lot of this stuff too. Like I've only experimented with the ears on this model, with the angle and delay of this or that. I'm starting to just save videos of rigs and things that intrigue me with like the names of the people who made them, so I can look back. Except for apparently this one, I guess they fucking forgore to name, but I can probably find it in my thingy later. This, oh, it's on there. It's right on here. Let's go. Ah! I liked this because the little footsies as it moves around is really fucking cute. I'm like, I want to do that one day. Oh my god, furry! This is the same modeler who did Bra Streams rig. The modeler doesn't have like a bunch of I don't know. I think that like I don't see this person advertised super hard, but I went and like found the Twitter and was like, huh, interesting kind of stuff. Are you sure this isn't just a 3D model? It's not even that many layers, it looks like. Since it's like more close to my rig where it's just flat coloring, basically. It seems a lot easier to approach. I just like the little footsies all moving around. It's going up on its little toesies. Football neck, tiny little neck creature. I would do it. It would be a good experiment, at least. I don't know if I could be arsed to go such lengths of complexity. That's super fair. Default if you rig onto XYZ. It's 100% linear and instant. Ah. Connect the dream. If there was like an if someone made like something like tits, except like a lot more integrated of, well, no, I guess you could probably. I think like a lot of stuff like that might have to just be like hand animated through live 2D. It's a thing that I could, if I ever make another version of my little soft feral version, and it's like that creature. It's got its little toesies on the ground and it moves around. I'll go ahead and fucking animate throwing my creature into the distance or something. We can do it. I can animate a hand grabbing me and just fucking throwing me. You gonna go eat food now? Sounds good. Have good dinner. I'll probably be gone by the time you're back. I wanna set up an animation and rig like this in the future too. Maybe not specifically the Kabedon, but something inspired by this. Oh god, it's late. Med check creatures. Oh my god, true. I took my meds earlier. I did actually. I took my meds like at the start of the stream. The view's so sexy. I know. I know. That's why I'm like, it's a good like, if nothing else, it's very good food for thought of ideas of rigs and things. It's like that one, and then like the one in bed where it's like, God, this is kind of complex, but also like, I don't know, fun posing, fun rigging. I want size kink men and women and non-binaries to look at me like that. Yes. I'm like trying to think. I'm probably gonna think of like how to apply similar stuff like this to the best of my extent. I like the thigh jiggles. Yes. Hey, wait, I need to go use the litter box real quick. I'll be right back. Hi. Huh. Oopsie. Why is the TTS being funky? Is it because I don't have my creature out? My little guy? I need to pull him out, actually. Or is it still just broken because of, what's it? Move up a little. There you go. I need to change sounds a bit. Okay. Let's see.
Meow.
Oh shit, I didn't. I'm sorry. I kept forgetting to check. I'm sorry.
Meow.
That pops up there. Why is it not connecting to...
Meow.
So that's a manual, but what about the TTS redeem? Meow, 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 meow. The redeem itself is just not working. I'd have to just like turn it back off because it's just not really working. I guess I will. Sorry about that. We'll see if I can get it working tomorrow. Go 3. And then we get to... Oops. last toe. I'm gonna have to figure out who to rate soon. Oops. You're gonna go to beddy. You have a good night too. Rest well. May we have a better time than earlier ones. I feel you. I feel you. You take care. Thank you for coming by. Spending some time here. You spent 30 seconds looking at a developing situation on Twitter and aged 30
I want you to
years.
save your progress.
Now a desiccated
What a good
corpse.
entity.
You have to tell me about it later. Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you for telling me to save. Let's see. Yep, we're saving over the old one. Oh. I don't know what you could send me that could possibly be worse than everything I've seen lately. It's toe 4. It will always get worse. True. These need to be glued. This. Oh shit. Wait, which one's which? It was easier to tell which color is what. Okay, it's the red one. It already took me forever to kind of figure out which one is quote red and which one is the green for the glue. Because it doesn't show you green dots, it shows you red and yellow dots. Yellow is the green dots. Okay, it's red again. I don't know if I even need to do this, because I don't think I'm going to be, like, doing a lot with the toes. But I suppose it's better to at least set it up. Even if I don't do anything with it. It's not going to take that much more time. Okay, cool. Red again. And we did toe 4 already. Yeah. Just make sure. Okay, yeah. One, two, three, 4 plus the foot base. Make another deformer. Just to organize it. Feet. Or foot. Or actually it should be toes. Toes. Because I have a foot one already. Damn, anthropomorphic feet. So, toes. Let me see what this goes up to. Okay. We're making foot rotation. Oops. There we go. How do I pick this again? That's not it. Ah! How do I move you? Oh, I'm not fucking not using the right tool. God damn it. Okay. What if I go from like here? I guess from there is fine. This track brings back memories. Yeah, I feel you. I used to watch I Hate Everything's channel, And this was like the most prominent song in the background. What goes into the shin? Nope, wrong deformer. Create. Good enough. Haven't even seen anything by that YouTuber, but it got used in a lot of stuff. Yeah, it got used in a lot of things during that era. Left leg rotation. Okay, let's save this and look for someone to raid. Honestly, is this team still on? They are. Cool. I know exactly who to take us to then. Oh, throne link. Me always adding like things slowly over time onto throne for myself. I recently got a new thing. Spoiled myself by getting a vacuum, and I didn't get it. Someone else got it for me. I love vacuum. anyways. So since it's Indigenous Heritage Month, I do want to send us again to more Indigenous streamers. So I'm going to actually send us to the Four Directions, which is it is an Indigenous stream group. They have the channel itself that also just has a lot of the team members do a lot of collaborations on. And there's like I don't know who's on right now playing Fortnite, but either way, I think like everyone part of that stream team is cool. Their own layout changed and it bothers you. I know, like they keep changing it to this and this and that. It's just like ugh, bothersome looking. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna start setting us up for the raid. Let me turn this off. Okay. Thank you, everyone who hung out with me. Anyone who stayed around for the reading earlier and absorbed that. Anyone who's just been vibing, lurking from then to now, or no, or just during art things, rigging. We'll see where we're at. I'll probably be rigging tomorrow too. Tomorrow's Saturday. But otherwise, yeah. I don't really have like, I need to change my my raid message, because I don't know if I just want to be like, give me your bones at random people, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. Come on with the raid. Feel free to stay or leave if you want, but hopefully it leads you around to other cool streamers. I hope you all have a good rest of your night or day. If you haven't taken your meds, please do. Make sure to get some hydration, etc., etc. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. See you hopefully tomorrow. Bye.